smoked some, and I passed out.
Morning. I think this is much better. This morning, I've been working on fixing the lighting system from yesterday. We had largely fixed it yesterday, and it largely worked. But there were some small issues, particularly with deleting lights and like the animation looping and stuff. Those are all fixed. I fixed those this morning before stream. Got an early start on everything and started repairing everything. I just realized the recharge should be multiplied by the time thing, so that's a bug right now. If you're casting a spell actively, they oh, that looks so much better. God, that looks better. That just makes me happy. I'm really happy with how the lights look. Beep boop. Second, gotta respond to something. One sec. Do that. I'm gonna work on a game. Which game? I don't know. You will find out soon. Months from now. I'm excited to see it whenever you finally finish it. Oh, I'm so happy that these are kind of working out now the way they're supposed to. If we can get past wave 5 and 6 without any issues in the lighting, then we should be set. Whee! The random vibrations there are caused because they're trying to move. Let's go ahead and do this. Do that. So far, I'm not seeing any issues with lighting. Perlin worms. No? I know. Oh, yes, I do. I learned about that the other day. I didn't know that that's what they were called. But I did know, I knew about them before that. And if everything in this next wave spawns without issue, we should be fine. That's another issue we need to fix at some point. So far, everything looks right. Other cool thing I did from yesterday is whenever these despawn, I don't actually have to despawn the light anymore. If I don't despawn the light, it'll actually despawn itself correctly. Oh, shit. Yeah, if I don't despawn it myself, it'll do everything on its own, which is cool. It's super, super helpful. It'll just happen whenever its parent despawns, which is very convenient, specifically because of these. If I didn't, that could cause issues. The only weird thing I found, and this probably means that Godot does some form of threading in the background, which makes sense. Yeah, of course you would. There is this sort of hiccup that can happen whenever lights are getting added, where the system has this whole in-queue, like I wrote this whole queue that maintains the indexes that are available. There should never be an index in the available queue that is not actually available. But it looks like occasionally two lights will go and get, there's a race condition. Two lights will go and try and grab a queue immediately, or grab an index, and if that happens, one of them gets it, the other one doesn't. So I actually do now check that the light index is null at that location. So we're using, we're actually doing something very old. You can see it here. It doesn't happen a ton, but it does happen. And it only happens whenever two things happen at the same time. So if we go over to our light manager here, we've got this system here that then just gets called recursively. And that's what has that invalid light thing. But what the old thing we're doing is we're now maintaining just static. A static sized queue and a static size point light that we pre-populate. Also, this can save me time if I just go like, if I it's not like a big performance thing, but I can statically ensure I can set the capacity, yeah, to the light limit. And if I do that, that just makes sure that it's already that size whenever I start. So this isn't triggering the garbage collector on a resize every single time. So that saves us some time. I could do the same thing here, but actually, technically, I guess I am because I'm doing a statically sized array. But yeah, no longer using lists. And that saves us. That saves us a lot. Sorry, I'm going back and forth. I'm talking to an artist and dev on Instagram whose stuff I ran across today after they followed our account. Cool stuff. Actually, let's pull it up. Let's just pull it up because it's kind of neat. Go ahead like that. Go to messages. Go to their account. Here we go. Yeah. So they've got like this kind of cool art style that I like pretty well. This is neat. But they've done some stuff. I like their spooky stuff that they've been doing this month, it looks like, which is pretty cool. Nice stuff though. I like it. This I thought was cool too. I thought this was neat. But yeah, looks like they've been doing this for a bit, and they do some good work. So I reached out and asked if they wanted to work on anything. Anyways, so the custom lighting system's working. That's done. I fixed the card thing, sorta. I need to deparent the loading percentage. Or just make it like, I think it's in here already. Cooldown label, yeah. So if it's, I just need to check its position and say, hey, if you're above this point, don't be showing that. Or we just add its height. Can I grab the cooldown label's size? We'll just check here. Cooldown label dot size dot Y? Yeah, cool. So we can do that. All right. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat. It sounds like a good good cave. Yeah, it's what Minecraft uses for cave generation. Yeah, Perlin worms is Minecraft uses a mix of like Perlin worms and a random walker to do its cave generation. Very cool, very nice system. You end up creating really, really good caves with that. There's an interesting thing you can do in your world generation. If you tweak some values, you can get the Perlin worms to generate in reverse. So you get these like worms of iron and stuff going over the land in and out. It creates some really interesting terrain. If you use like Perlin worms inverted. That gives me an idea. You could do like a really, really cool like alien planet that way. Anyways, yeah, so we can access the size. If in area, in position. Six. We're not in the area. Huh. I wonder why these are inverted. Probably because they're part of some weird position for the control. And then we'll do, I guess, minus. Then we'll do card label. It's cooldown label. Label dot visible question mark. If it is visible, then just do a minus and offset, and then we'll go up here and we'll create a float offset, which is equal to cooldown label dot visible. If it is visible, then cooldown label dot size dot y. Otherwise, we want 0. Right. And then this. Its position is greater than. My math is probably wrong there, but we'll see. Hey, can you get off the computer tower? Don't yell at me. Get down. Alright. I guess we only really need like one card, but... Okay, so we should probably be plussing on the up then. That's worse than before. So it is minus there. Position.y plus 1 times sound times greater than. Yeah, there's that too. We're going to do vector to init pause and then .x comma init pause .y. And then we just need to put new in front of this. Okay, good. Let's do a quick set bones to 1,000 so we can purchase that card. Difficult for me to remember what order I did this and why. I could probably do this actually just in the card. Let's try that. Let's open up the card. And then we have this label, right? We can do this. We can go down to visibility. Set self-modulate, I think like that. Must be modulate, not self-modulate. Nope. Oh, we're on the wrong fucking thing, that's why. I do think modulate might be the right... Nope, it is self-modulate. Cool. So self-modulate, and then we just... we'll get rid of this. And then... label percent, shader material, start cooldown percent. Cooldown percent greater than self-modulate equals color dot, we'll just do a color 8. And then otherwise, we're gonna when we show color, resource start cooldown. This is the stop cooldown, so we just need to do 0. And then we'll just offset our position again, so we'll make it a little higher. So I think we can do like 76 or 66 here. We'll do it. Let's see. The card I think is still going to be a little low because I don't think the label will be as high as I want it. But for testing purposes, I think it'll, yeah. We'll fix that in a second. Yeah, so they're not quite where we want them. On the plus side, though, that's working as intended. So the card position didn't change whenever this came in. Alright. So, now we go into here. .176 I think is fine. Go over here and change this to a knit pause. And then in the card catalog, we have our set cards. We need to offset it. Set cards, place cards, center, pause, new vector, card 2. 2.0. What does offset use by? Center. Okay. So we just need to change its height. Global position is center, pause. Is it negative 30? I don't know that that's correct, but we'll check. I don't know why, but the text on stream is unreadable. Huh. I don't either. Probably some weird compression thing, be my guess. But I'm unsure. Let's check. Yeah, I don't know. It is fine on my end. Well, that's not right. Go that route. Yeah, you might want to refresh would be my guess, but I'm not sure because bitrate's looking fine on my end and the stream looks fine on my end. In Twitch, like I'm not talking about my my capture software. Okay, let's try 30 in the positive direction. Huh. Yeah, I don't know then. So if this is 0... But positive or negative doesn't make this move up. It just makes it move down. That's weird. Nice. Glad Twitter can be useful for something. Blockbench is cool. I think Blockbench is really interesting, even though I haven't really played with it much yet. I need to. I probably will once I start, like, delving into, like, VR stuff. Okay, that's better. And if I click... Hey, look at that. We no longer snap. So it needs to be a little lower than 30. But 30 right now is good. The other big thing I want to do today is I want to make the particles more glowy. You can see the particles aren't really glowing anymore. That's because of how they worked previously. My cart still snaps. Oh. Sorry, it took me a second to realize what you were talking about. Go like 25, and then we'll look at the card swap page, fixing that. We just need to offset the cards by whatever, really whatever the card label height is. Cool. Let's see if we can access that. Can we access... We can access it down here. So we could do plus vector 2 0 comma card dot cooldown label dot size dot y, I think. And then in the card we need to make cooldown label public, because apparently it's not. Sorry. Cooldown timer, player. Yep. How's your little devlog? Devlog haven't written yet today, but it's the one I wrote the other day did kind of okay, as far as itch is concerned. Give me a second, I'll pull that up. I haven't written one yet today. It'll be done after stream. Yeah, like 53 views on the other one. This one will probably be about writing the lighting system. The one I do today. Yeah, what's up? But yeah, this one didn't do like too bad. I need to like rename the game. Yeah. I'll drop a link to you here in chat. So this is like, this has a lot of the original art that you've never seen because I didn't do it on stream. In fact, I didn't start streaming when I had started working on this art. Yeah, you can set it up. In fact, there's a really popular plugin for Sprite. But the engine exposes everything to you, so like you can access the importer if you needed to. You can also do specific per asset things if you needed, which is nice. I do lossless for everything, but I set it up globally. That should be fine. If I want to make the text adventure game, I might try making it in Godot first. The Godot has a lot of really cool stuff too for like UI. Like GUI elements in Godot are really easy to understand. This is all UI stuff. And you can animate it the same way you animate everything else, so it's really simple to animate it. Godot even has a code editor UI element. Okay. That's perfect. I do think I want it to move up one more pixel. Maybe not. I think it's fine. Okay, let's go to the card swap page now and get that sorted. I'm gonna just go ahead and close out all these tabs. All right, card swap. Check cards, takes in the ghost card. If cards dot length, card catalog. Yeah, okay, cool. That's right. I don't. These are all just part of the UI element. So I think I just need to go into card swap and change that. I don't remember what I called the scene. It's actually in the wrong location because it's set up to be like a, it was originally going to be like a level scene. Card underscore swap. Let's see. So we have this margin container. And then I think we'll go ahead and grab a card. Drop it into selected cards. And then let's see if there's a way in here. Negative 19. That looks right. Probably negative 20. Nope, that's one pixel too big, so it is negative 19. Cool, that fixes it. I'd be really interested to see a text adventure made in Godot. Honestly, I love making... Text adventures are really good, like... I don't know. like baby's first program sort of deal, like to learn object orientation, because it teaches it really, really well. Like, if you want to teach someone object orientation, having them write a text adventure is a really good way to go about it. Okay. That's much better. That's just unbelievably better than it used to be. And it still animates good, and it looks good, feels good. The big thing was, like, when you moused over these originally, it would be out of your range when you moused over it. Like, I should still offset this a little bit further down, but... just... die. So more like a, oh, what was that company? Telltale? That did those. They were basically text adventures, but brought into the modern day by using, like, 3D graphics and stuff. God, I love the way the lighting looks. It's just worlds better than I had originally. And I can use this in other games. It's easy to animate it. I like that the grave diggers are actually fixed now, so they work. They dig graves correctly. They didn't do that originally. Originally, what happened with these is, like, they would dig graves, but then they would occasionally get stuck on each other, or they would target the same graves, that kind of stuff. And that shouldn't have been happening. That's really my fault that it was, like, I guess everything in this game is technically my fault when it happens. But yeah, I think next we're gonna probably work on making the particles glow a little better. Because, like, right now the particles don't really glow. Yeah, I don't regret switching to Godot. I'm pretty happy with, like, the change. I was telling our writer today, they announced that Godot is getting support for a visual programming language that just recently came to Windows. God, the nights are weak. This is an issue, too. I think I have that one documented, though. It's getting to a point where I'm just having, like, I'm just having fun playing the fucking game. Like, playing the game now is, like, we're at a point where it's fun. It's enjoyable. Oh, shit. I should have changed out my cards. Oh. I'm very happy with this. I also really like how that turned out, too. Okay. Regardless, though, I'm excited to see your project, whatever you do and whenever it's done. I'm always excited to see other people's work. It's pretty inspiring. Almost did it again. I'm gonna swap a couple of brutes in here. And replace Firebolt with Fireball, and probably replace the Bomber with Heal the Dead. So we can actually heal our units. Go ahead and do that. Spawn that, get one of these. And another. See, that's an annoying bug, and I don't know exactly why it's happening. Occasionally what'll happen is these will get stuck in their drag state, and then whenever you're over here and you're trying to click something, you end up triggering this thing's drag state. Summer will def have the spy game. I'm planning for one game at least before that. Nice. By the way, I know the solution to the fucking drag issue. Like, the simple solution is just do a distance check. I just haven't set that up yet. Right now, though, I'm really happy with how the rest of this is working out. Yeah. I'm gonna spawn a few more of these. I also kind of like the mix of the gameplay now that we've added, like, spells and stuff in. That's another thing. This should, like, glow. That should have, like, an actual glowing effect to it. And it doesn't right now, so it just looks a little bland, you know? Likewise with those flames right now, they're not glowing like they were. That's a change we'll have to make. It's not... It is kind of a big change, but it's not that bad. In case you're wondering, what I'm doing right now is kind of looking for bugs. Looking for issues I haven't documented yet. Though I'm not seeing a lot that I'm not already very, very aware of. I did up the light limit, particularly because of the thrones and the mages. The light limit is now like 500. So we can have up to 500 lights in the game at once. Also, if I ever move this to another game, which I almost certainly will, I have a habit of reusing my code and stuff that I build, which is good. You should. I will probably implement a sort of distance and timer check for lights, so that if the light is off screen, it gets DQ'd and reallocated. But if it's like within a certain range of the screen, we in-queue it again so that it can be used. That way we could support technically more lights, but up to only 500 on screen, and we could maintain a pretty efficient code base that way. We would just do like an offset timer that whenever the light leaves the screen, we then DQ it and start a timer for it to be added back in. And I think that would work pretty well. I do think it's funny how overpowered the mages are in this game. But everything's coming along really, really well, and that makes me happy. The light shrinking away is pretty cool, too. I kind of like that effect. Yeah, I was running into an interesting issue because I learned some new syntax I didn't know was valid. So if I open up the light manager here, you can see up here at the top where we initialize our queue. Turns out this is valid syntax in C#. I didn't know that was valid. I forgot to do my I++. I apparently fat fingered it and just skipped typing. But since that's valid, I got a memory out of memory exception. Because it just like went into a while loop, and what Godot does is if it's going for too long, Godot will just kick it out and move along. But yeah. Either way, I'll be right back, and then we'll move on to probably trying to make the particles glow a little more. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Got a phone call while I was up. Let's see. Okay. Now the next bit, which is going to be a little harder. Oh, they survived. With how much damage? Minimal. Next bit I want to do, I'm going to try and make the particles glow a little more, right? So right now, they'll take on the overlay here. I don't want that to happen. Also, we should animate the, Ichor to, shrink the light with the despawn time. That'll give us sort of like a visual, indication of how long we have left, until the Ichor disappears. So, let's look at the particles. If we go to shader editor, we have this glowing particle thing here. And I think dude, knock it off. Yeah. I think we want this. And I think we just need to do I think. Let's see. We'll see what that looks like. Well, that's not quite what I was wanting. That's interesting. Huh. Capital T texture. Let's try that. Well, that's not right. That's cool, but it's not right. How do... Yeah, we'll go over here. If you're wondering what that was, it was me trying to figure out the error I was getting earlier. I didn't think that they had a limit, but the error I was getting was telling me otherwise. This is cool. I wonder if it needs a reference. I wonder if it needs like a reference to the fuck, what's it called? The overlay. That's kind of neat. kind of interesting. A special type of shader there. That's kind of neat. There's a really easy way to do something like this in Unity that doesn't exist in Godot, which kind of sucks. I did a really cool, you can do a really cool like particle dissolve sort of deal in Unity. But this is cool to see. Ooh. The cat is angry. Why are you mad? Curious. I think the easy way to test this would be do something like this. And then I think I can just... Because I think if I update the shader, it should... That's what I meant. Yeah. That's not quite right. It looks interesting, though. But it's not the green color we want. Yeah, so it is going to make us restart every single time. That's annoying. So I guess we would do like a divide by on this. Also, I have this point light shader, which I don't need. This should like actually be deleted. So I guess we'd do something like... And then we do like a uniform sampler 2D, or not yet, no, Vec 4. All right. And then we'll just hint it as source color. Right, and we'll go in here, go to material, and then we'll go, or actually we're going to need to go to fog first, which is closed. Fog is where this exists. And this is the Firebolt spell. Not quite. It's closer. That's interesting. I wonder if the same thing happens when they fire. If I did that. Interesting. I've not actually read it what that is. So if I did like screen texture, screen UV, RGB, do like Vec4. .0, right? I just said make a transparent spot here. This should show nothing. Yep. Now in-game, what does that look like? Huh. Lots of transparency. That's what it looks like. Oh, fun with shaders, fun with shaders, fun with shaders. Excuse me. Actually, I think that'll be a divide by operation. That's very interesting. Do this. What does that do? One moment. Sorry about that. Oh, that's certainly interesting. Okay, so that's where we were to begin with. We're just going to comment that out. Drop this directly in. Now, there's a lot of stuff here that's not going to work, specifically this. But that's easy to fix. We just add a uniform vec4 for the dark color. Then we do a source color for the hint. Sample, we're just gonna set it to 1. Create const float sample, and then const bool, excuse me, floor val is false. This is a vec2, so const vec2 size is equal to vec2 1280 by 720. And our offset is 0, 0. So, same thing. Getting weirdly a lot of emails and stuff for jobs today. Okay. Light position. We don't need this for loop. In fact, we aren't going to have any for loops in this. This is actually UV. Not going to exist. Range is just going to be like 10.0. Dist is less than range. Have a for loop. We're just going to do the else. We'll do glow color here. I think it's glow intensity, but I'm not sure. It's just intensity. And I think this intensity is spelled right because I didn't write it. No alpha threshold. No strength. Strength just 1. Our alpha test divided by range max. It's not a thing. This isn't a thing either. And then if mix color, we just need to declare, well, no, expected constant function uniform varying. If that needs to go away. There we go. And then if that runs, what happens? Nothing? Nothing. Kind of makes sense. This needs centered UV. So we actually need centered UV, and then we need to do vec2 of centered uv.x times size.x centered uv dot y times size dot y. Okay, nothing right now. Let's see what nothing translates to in-game. Probably still nothing, but I'd like to look. Yeah. Really not sure. This feels like something I might have to do off stream. But I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Come back and think about this a little more. All right. So, from what I gather, is this should just give me whatever's on screen. Let's go over here real quick, and we're going to just set this up so it's emitting. Oh, shit. Wrong one. Firebolt spell. We're going to do that. Hit Control S. We're going to go over here. Delete this. Nope. Wonder what that was. Okay. So as far as I know, that should be emitting. I guess the easiest way to check is to go into the glowing particle shader, comment this, and uncomment the other one. Why does this result in nothing? I wonder if so that does do what I thought it would. Which we should also like lower some of these values, like intensity. Where is... For now, that's fine. Just leave it there like that. Okay, so it's in order. So if I did this, shouldn't... Yeah. We're just getting the color below it. And then we can do... I think it's vec for RGB 0.0. Nothing. And then we can just do divided by dark color. Now, I am fairly certain what this is doing is giving me the color. Need to... As long as that thing didn't move. Now, if I move this... Yes. So that's exactly what it's doing. Okay. Now, I should be able to... alpha. Right. And then this gets multiplied by glow color. .rgb. What other things did I have in here? So real quick, we'll copy this. I'm going to hit Control Z until I get back to the original formula. Okay. Now we can just multiply. Get rid of this, go over here, and then instead of that, we're just going to multiply by that. Now I think what we can do is the same thing we're doing down here. Right. And that just means we just need to set the Z index higher on particle effects. Oh. Oh. Fuck, my back hurts. Okay. That's good progress. It also means that we can, like, actually do what we want now. So, let's comment these out. Uncomment these. Redefinition of alpha. Sorry. You know what? We'll just do that. Okay. Nothing right now. That's okay, though. That kind of makes sense. Position, and then this should be centered UV. Okay, you can see we're getting closer. Should be the distance between... That should show nothing now. Yeah. Because it's just multiplying in that. Why is this distance failing? I'm going to get rid of this. Position is just going to be UV. You know what? UV, and then we're just going to use centered UV. Let's do a uniform. Is there already a range? Yeah. That's the same thing we're doing over here, right? Ah, length of centered UV times spread. It's the distance. And 1 minus the distance. Let me pull up a distance calculator. Nope, wrong kind of distance. Thanks, calculator.net. 0.5 0.5 to 1,1. .7. Wish I knew what the distance was. That'd be nice. So what if we did... What am I fucking up here in my distance calculation? Okay, so this is a ludicrously small value. Because we don't want it to be either on or off. Yeah, so we're getting that again. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our multiplication. And we'll do UV to centered UV times size. Let's do like 5. I wonder if this does let's actually do. I've noticed that it usually only does the X. I don't know that that's the case here, but... Okay. So no. The distance between those 2 points is definitely less than 500. Out of curiosity. Oh, okay. Having trouble focusing. I also think that there is something I was supposed to respond to. Yep, and didn't. One second. All right. So no. I'm curious. pretty close to what I think what I need to do is treat these as like a square, which I think is kind of what I'm doing, but I think I need a distance. Distance should be not time spread. It should be the distance between UV and centered UV, which should be 0.5, 0.5. And this should be distance, UV, centered UV and UV. And then alpha should be distance divided by range. And then our color should probably be like this, but without that bit. Right? And then if alpha is equal to 1, then we actually do color a little differently. This color is that. We're going to get rid of this. And then we're going to go, if it's greater than 1, if it's equal to 1, then it's that. I think we want the inverse of this. So I think what we want is actually range divided by distance. Yeah. So let's see. There we go. Now that's a little better. So now we have these circles that kind of explode out. Still not quite what I want, but it is getting close. So that's cool. Excuse me. And I think I need to make more coffee. It's getting cold down here. Now I think what I want to do is the banding. So let's try that. So let's make a constant int for bands. We're going to set it equal to like 13 to begin with, right? And then we'll do a for loop here. For int I is equal to bands. We're just going to keep saving because I ran into a bug with this particular bit of code. I is greater than 0. I minus minus. Let's see if Godot crashes. It didn't crash. Good. And then we're going to take this. We're going to do that, right? Then we're going to do times bands. So bands is, we're going to make this a little easier to work with. 10 times bands. We need to convert bands to a float here. Or I. Then we want 1 divided by float I. I think actually what we want to do is this. Yes, actually, that is what I wanted. Huh? So what's that about? Float and int. Oh. Okay. We should be doing this calculation, but we should be doing it internally. So we can do this. To a float. Okay, that's closer. I just realized that should be I up here. So let's see, range is 0.5. That should be, That makes this a little more difficult because this should be a float and this should be like 0.1. And then this down here should be float I greater than 0.0 I minus equals 0.1. And these should be multiplied, not divided. What I kind of want is what I already have for lighting, but it's going to be a little more simplistic for these. The thing is, we're not doing our multiplication up here like we did to offset everything by a size or by size, so it's a little weird. And we have a sample over here, which we don't have otherwise. So actually, it's not going to work because we're only aware of... Yeah. We're only aware of the of the individual particle that we're on. So, while this is a glowing effect, in fact, it's very bright. It's not quite what we need. What we will need to do here is we want to multiply this by our glow color. .rgb. And we do this in both cases, I think. Actually, probably not, but... doesn't actually matter on this one. And then our alpha, this value, we don't want it to actually be. Right. And then that's correct. But I think we need to just multiply now by texture. So then we just do texture, texture, UV. .rgb. Interesting. Not quite what I was expecting. Maybe this? Do we need to divide instead of multiply? Well, that's very interesting. And then I guess we'll just do... yeah. And then we do need, like... alpha needs inverted. Sort of. Actually, not sort of. I think it does. Those are a bit better. Now I'm betting if I lower this thing's z-index, okay. So we do need the dark color. We'll go ahead and get that from this. And I think the other one is a 1. So we'll go up here to glowing shader, glowing particle. And then we'll set this to a Vec 4. And then we'll just make this a const. Expect initialization of constant. What do you mean? You have an initialization. Ah, you can't have a hint on you if you're being initialized. That makes sense. A little bit. Sorta. Kinda. Maybe. Okay. Then let's try this. So we can get rid of this. I think we can get rid of our canvas modulate node now too. And we can get rid of playfield. So let's do that. Let's go over here, which is cool. Now it's doing the thing. And then we can go in here and we can turn one shot back on, which will turn off emitting for us. Cool. That was a surprising amount of work to make that happen. Now, there's a lot of cleanup to do in that particle shader. That's okay. I'm not super concerned about the cleanup bit right now. Those all have particles on them, so I kind of want to test all of them. We'll first spawn a gravedigger. Okay, that's almost right. Not quite. Okay, let's try the indexing thing. So we'll go to ordering. Set this to like 5. What's fog set to? Under ordering. 5. Same layer, I think, should be fine. Might have to go to 6. But let's try it. That's the firebolt spell. Cool. Yeah, so that's an easy one to test because we start with 50, so we can just use the 25 to test. Okay. That's cool. So let's go ahead and do a set bones real fast. Like, obviously this is an issue. I don't know why that's an issue. I don't think that has a shader applied, but it must. Okay. Now it's like half right. Just drop its intensity a good bit. I think we have to restart to check that. Okay. Those must not be factored in on anything anymore. Yeah, just the glow color. Yeah. So, times intensity. Yeah, because if this is 1, we get squares, right? Well, actually, it's not going to because it's taking into account this now. So, now we would get that, yeah. The thing is, like, it's not aware of the other particles, which makes this difficult. Like, it's running on it, but it's running on it as a, like, single entity as opposed to every particle. Like, it's running each particle as its own entity, I guess is what I mean to say. Which makes this kind of hard. I am almost out of coffee. How would this... Okay, so they don't know what a UV is. Particles don't have... Okay. Let's look at particle shaders real fast. Let's pull up... I do want to keep that open, but we're actually going to do it here. Shaders. Buy us a coffee. That's nice. I can't afford to do that, but it's nice. Sprite pixel explosion, uniform lifetime, particles, render mode, disable velocity. Calculations, random direction. Start. Parameter degrees, restart custom equals vec4 0 dot. Restart position, restart velocity, particle position, texture, vec2, texture size, sprite 0. Okay, so there's a start method. So what if I set this to process? Is process aware of that? Process is aware of color. It's not aware of its own UV. Probably because it probably sets its texture once and then says good. Transform, probably. Okay, let's see what transform is. I'm sure that this is its position, but XY. Okay, we got nothing. Okay, now let's go ahead and look and see what that actually is, now that we've written stuff without errors. I'll run to the restroom real quick, and then when I get back, we're going to pull up the particle shader documentation and start reading through some of this. Because we need to figure out what the hell the built-in transform thing is here. Particle, yeah, it's the particle transform. But, like, what does that mean? Is it, like, the really big particle transform value, or is it not? That makes it a little complicated. So I'll be right back. Okay. Flag emit position. A flag for using on the last argument of emit subparticle function. No. Restart position. Excuse me. Okay. I need to know the distance, but I need to know the distance from, like, wherever the center of the particle is. I guess this probably has to do something similar. So particle position, sprite color is texture sprite at particle position divided by the texture size plus an offset. Does it just treat it as one big... Like, that's the thing. Like, if it treats it as one big thing, then it's probably just vector 2 0.5 0.5. But, like, I don't know that. And it's not exactly easy to test. Okay, so it still seems to use the same 0 to 1 thing, at least in theirs. So let's try that. Yeah, no, that's what we're doing. So if I did this. Let's just try this. Vec 4 0.0. That changed nothing. Why? Does this have to be done at start? Okay, what do those functions do then? Why does that not work? Those are just all unused things. So that's not the cause. Let's just Google set particle color. In order to use color variable in standard material, vertex color uses to true in shader material, access it with color variable. Set vertex color, use as albedo. Process material. Particle flags, no. Well, I expected it to be in particle flags, but it's not there. Is it under drawing? It's not going to be under trails. There's no fragment, though, is there? Like, I'm not crazy. There's no vertex either, right? Start and process, global. Particle shaders are unique because they are not used to draw the object itself. They are used to calculate particle properties, which are used by a canvas item or spatial shader. They contain two process functions, start and process. Unlike other shader types, particle shaders keep the data that was output from the previous frame. Therefore, particle shaders can be used for complex effects that take place over multiple frames. Particle shaders are only available in GPU particle nodes. Yep. CPU particle nodes are rendered on the GPU, which means they can use custom canvas item or spatial shaders, but their motion is simulated on the CPU. Let's set it to, let's render mode keep data. Okay. It's very loud upstairs. So from what I gather, yeah, he's just setting the color. Is this because, do I have something in color? Nothing in color curve. I just did this. So in my head, that should be red now. But it's not. Like, at all. This is the process function. They're not changing the color there, just the alpha. That means this is probably start. Yeah. I think this is quite clearly what I need, but it's not working. If I set canvas item material, it just does that, yeah. That's a GPU particle 2D. And fragment's not a thing either. Yeah. That's really kind of annoying. I kind of hate that. That's very, very annoying. We go into, where is Fireball? I'm very annoyed by that. Okay, is there a random function? Can we go random? No. Range, reflect, return round, render across. a mix of these. This, and then comma alpha. Then that we're going to do up here, we're going to go and do a uniform float for a min alpha. And by default, we'll set that to 0.5. I don't think sample's not used for anything. Offset's not used for anything. Size not used for anything. Floor value and bands aren't. I don't believe spread's used for anything. No. Running into a weird issue with particle shaders, in that setting the color doesn't do anything. Quite a bit. I'm at a point where I can write them myself pretty easily. I think I need to go into... like if I omit this, it doesn't look... yeah, it's not very bright. Set that to a 1. Where is... there it is. Yeah, that's better. But quite a bit. I'm to a like the lighting system was all written by me. That wasn't pulled from anything. And that's shader based. It's entirely shader based and it's custom. But it works. I still need to set their index higher. All right, but that looks right. That's correct. At least mostly. Now with the circles, it might be more interesting to not do this. Also, because that'll look like this. And then a max between. Let's go up here and we're going to set the ordering for this higher. Basically, these all need to go to 5. Otherwise, they don't show correctly. Where is... Yeah, you, because that's fucking interesting. Huh. We're going to create a textured. We'll create a bool for textured, and then if we set it to true, we'll do this. And we'll just default it to false. I don't actually have to default it because it'll default itself, but, you know. I don't know what this is. Oh, I know what it is. Sprite 2D uses the glow. Yeah, that's because this is black instead of just white and transparent. I think if I just go over here and do this. Yeah, that sort of fixes it. And then we can just... I also think we should do like a max alpha here. Because if I do a max alpha, I can limit that edge color. I'm out of coffee. Also, those guys look pretty good. But one. The cool thing is I can like progressively turn these into circles if I wanted. I don't have to. Just turn the range up to 1. So let's do a uniform max alpha 2. And then we'll take the maximum or the minimum of that and max alpha. This will clamp it. I guess we could also clamp it, but this'll do it. Okay. Good. 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 Oh. He got rid of the... There we go. And then now we can set a max alpha value. Say our max is 1 if we want. So the alpha should be now the same throughout this, but it's not. Oh, that should be max, not min. There we go. And this guy, say it's max alpha. Temu is hiring for a Java engineer. There we go. That looks a little better. And then up here on the sprite. And then its max is 1. Sorry, I've missed something. A fresh nap, and I think I figured out how to make transition to another smooth, even without code. Never mind. Okay, I fixed it with lerping. Never mind. Yup. Yeah, I remember the first time I learned about lerping. I showed someone on Instagram yesterday. I taught them about delta time and taught them about delta and normalizing their vectors. They were moving faster on their diagonals in their 2D game than they should have been. Also, both of these should be ordered up at 5 now. And I think that'll fix that one. And then on our summoning circle here, this. Let's go to Fireball and actually take its color because its color is a bit better. That, hey, look at that. That's a little brighter. I kind of like the really solid coloring. That's a little better. I like that. And then we need to go down here. Turn that on. Set that to a one-shot. Okay, I think that's everything except maybe lightning. I think lightning might have some of its own particle effects too, but should be easy enough to fix them. We'll grab these. A couple of those. Let's full screen and try it out. That looks good. I was hoping to do a particle shader. That way I could do the same sort of deal I have with these guys as far as like the lights go. Because I like the way their lights look. But it just will not function. We got to do them too. That's another one too. So that's Firebolt. That's fucked up. Well, that's good, at least. Those aren't bugging anymore. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go. First, we'll check Fireball out. I can turn the texturing on. I actually don't know which one I like more. I don't know if I like it more with or without textures. Either way, yeah. That should be a one-shot. Also, we should turn textured on. And let's see, what's Fireball set to? Because I really like the values here. 1, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. So it's just its default. Let's go like 0.75. Also, let's look at the summoning circle because I really like the way the fire looks on this. There's 0.5, 0.5, and 1.0. 1.0. Color intensity of 1. Textured is on. Yeah. Let's turn textured off on this. We'll lower its range to 0.5. Okay. Let's compare. Anyways, ignore above. Like I said, I'm working on something, but who knows what it is. I also want to check out the Heal the Dead spell. We'll do that. Alright. So there's that. Those light up. That looked good. It's really nice now knowing how to do like screen space shaders. Because I didn't understand that before. Oh. This guy is still a little buggy. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's weird. I bet it's the circle. Bet it's a circle. I thought I set that to one shot. Let's turn textured back on. I do think I like it better textured. And then let's emitting off one shot. What I don't get is why it turns everything else invisible. That's weird to me. Like, I don't understand why when this is on its own layer... Where's the fuck is the healing spell? Health particle, heal the dead. There it is. I don't understand why this, whenever it's on that root layer, makes everything invisible. That doesn't make sense to me. Because these are both at the correct Z level. Yeah, I don't get why that happens. Excuse me. And moreover, why is it happening specifically, thank you, to the tombstones, like, and the crypt? That's weird. I don't get that. Excuse me. Where is... Yeah, I really... I don't really get that. Like, if I'm just gonna double check on those two. Like, why does this make everything invisible? And why is that circle invisible? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me either. And then it's not. Like, it is, and then it isn't. But I bet if I cast this again... Yeah, circle's invisible. And it's back. What the fuck? Yeah, a little bit. Done that before. But yeah, like, I don't understand that. That's weird. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Also, why does this look like this here and then in the other one it doesn't? That's weird too. And I can't really change this. Like, what it realistically should be is like 5 to make that all work without writing a new shader. Yeah, well, it's not a light shader. It's not using the light function. It's using the fragment. It's a fragment shader. But yeah, like as I understand it, and it shouldn't be affecting what I'm seeing it affect. put it there. Problem is now it's like over top of everything. And I still have no fucking idea what's happening with the circle. I don't know if I have a glowing shader on the circle and it's just behaving odd. See, like now it's over top of everything and I don't like that. I need it to draw under. Let's see it. I see acceleration was super low. Let's see. Nice. Nice. That's cool, actually. just checking something. Okay, yeah, that has to do with... That's a scaling issue. Okay. That makes sense, though. At least. I'm also confused. There's like a... At the center of this. You see that? It's just like going off for a bit before the other starts emitting. That's why. Okay. Drop this down to like 30. Art thou winning? Something. I'm something right now. I'm experiencing some weird issues and I'm not quite sure why. Okay, well, that looks better now, at least. So that's cool. I don't know exactly why this is happening. My best guess is that I have the glow shader on this. Thanks. And thanks for the follow. Not that that's exactly easy to see with the card swap menu up, but thanks. Yeah, I'm been working on shaders today. So, like, I wrote this like custom lighting system and got it all implemented yesterday, which is cool. That worked great. But then I have like these glowing particle effects that weren't exactly glowing. You can kind of see them here. They just didn't look right. They weren't actually emitting light at all, which is a problem. Thing is, though, is I don't think they're emitting light now. Oh, okay. Well, no, that did. Okay. So let's see here. If I go... And if like if I set this sprite on the correct layer, like this should realistically be on layer -1. For whatever reason, whenever I cast the spell, everything disappears. I can write my own shader for this, which would be fine, and just modulate its color from white to green. I don't want to do that. I'd like it to like glow, but be under everything. But something in here I am fucking up, and I'm not sure what it is. It's a side thing. I'm gonna make that invisible. And that's what? Firebolt? Good. But I'm not quite sure why that's happening. So, I'm trying to figure that out. And I've been out of coffee and not gone to make more or anything in a while. They're not so bad. Like, it's cool. Like, it's really cool now that, like, I've learned how to do it. Like, that's all custom. Everything here is custom. Because I was using the original shader, or the original lights in Godot. The issue with lights in Godot is they have a limit. You can only have 16 lights affecting a single node at a time. Well, this whole green map here is one node. So the lights would randomly shut off as you went. Yeah, it's sort of glowy. It must turn it back. It must turn it on whenever I cast the spell. Yeah, the built-in pipeline for like lighting in Godot only supports 16 lights affecting a single node, which usually in most games is not going to be a problem because your lights are going to be hitting props, not the like background map most of the time. In this game, it is because it's angels and then summon skeletons that are generally, not always, but generally on fire. And so most things have a light attached to them. So I ended up writing this whole custom system that supports up to 500 lights at a time with no lag. And I have had 500 lights in the scene at once, and the game ran perfectly. Yeah, some of them. That's what I'm working on right now. So, like, the shader you were seeing there on those particles is the same one that you're seeing here. And that's the issue I was running into. They don't draw correctly unless they're on layer 5. So, like, to fix that, fix what you were seeing there is really simple. I just go in here, go to that trail effect there, and then scroll down to ordering and set that from 0 to 5. And then it'll fix it. Like, that's all I have to do. It just wasn't like what I was primarily focused on there. So, like, if I go in here now, we should see them all on the right layer. Yeah, see. They're textured and stuff, so they look weird. I'm gonna change that with them. But yeah, that's what you're seeing there. Probably an intensity of like 1. Textured is on. Min and max alpha. Max alpha should probably be 1. Min alpha on these. I'm actually going to set both of these to 1 in this case. And then we'll just set that to 1. StarCraft mining. Yeah, and I have some ideas for other variants. So, yeah. We have the miner already, or the gravedigger. I kind of want a miner that runs around and throws dynamite. I want a corpse harvester that runs around and collects the corpses of angels, maybe, and then like uses those for something. I have an idea for a spell that lets you do grave digging, like en masse. Yeah, different kind of mining. But the Gravequake would be kind of cool as an alt to the Gravedigger. If you wanted to do like a full just spell run. There's a lot of stuff that still needs done, but it's coming along well. And the game is coming along quicker and quicker because now all this stuff happens nearly automatically. And any information that's missing gets like inserted. So like the Bagel of Shame. Just to remind me that, hey, I need to do that. And then if like the spell doesn't exist, it just let's see what these look like now. Please fire. Oh, that's better. That looks much better. And they're bright and kind of glowy. That looks much better. And there's a homing projectile. It's called Firebolt, I think. There are 2 firebolts. There's a spell and a projectile. Excuse me. And both of these actually just need moved up to the correct layer. And then go down to material. That's the despawn particle. We could tell it it's textured, but it doesn't actually matter. Actually, this will render better if we don't tell it it's textured. And then, this guy. Ah, you're just using... Yeah, that's dumb. Oh. Yeah, okay. That is dumb. Things moved around. I got lost for a second. And now this guy should be able to... 1 and 1. And we'll just grab this up here for its despawn effect. Hit play. Make it much smaller. A little bigger than that. 0.2. That looks better. And then the trail effect, if I turn emitting on, right now it looks like that. That's interesting. We're gonna let this run in-game and see what this looks like, because that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. I think it's just filling its area. But that's okay. And we'll need one of those, that, and this. That doesn't look too bad. So you use Unity, huh? I know you do. I know you do, Ninja. I was talking to Zinni. Ah, okay. GD script, I assume? Or are you doing C# too? Hate this bug. Need to fix that bug. Don't know why that bug exists. Okay, that all looks much better, and the particles actually fucking glow now, so that's good. Sorry, 1 second. Just all 3D experience. I've basically only done system/mechanics and a bit of menu stuff. Nothing even related to art. Right now, all the art in this game is mine. This is here because I needed an image to test with and was lazy. All the art and animations are mine. I've done a lot of 2D. I've not done a ton of 3D work. Hey, get off the... It is not a cat tower. It's not for you to hang out on. Sorry, cat on top of the computer. I've done mostly 2D. I've done a bit of 3D, though, with, like, some VR stuff. Actually, I think almost all of my 3D experiences in VR. I am not. This art is trash. It is passable. It is passable. I am mostly a programmer. I've done software development for around a decade now. It's been a very long time. I'm not very good on a computer as far as art goes. I'm okay. I can make stuff that's relatively passable. 3D, I've done a bit of art. I'm better at 3D art than I am at 2D by like a significant margin. I've spent a lot of time in Blender over the years. But I'm mostly a programmer. I mostly do stuff like this. Building systems is the easy part for me. The art takes time. I think we built this guy's death animation, over the course of almost an entire stream, I think. There are more than just these guys in this game, by the way. They just don't start appearing until, like, Wave 5, I think. The game is, like, bound... Yeah, so we should see the other angel type here. The game actually has a difficulty curve and stuff, so for your first 5 waves, you will only run into these. And then there's, like, a shifting scale. My girlfriend has a PhD in mathematics, and she helped me come up with the formula we use for all of our like, difficulty curves and stuff. Which is cool. It's nice that she can help me with that kind of stuff. Also, it was fun just working on something together. It was fun. It was a fun project. We did that on a weekend. Her dad's a professor at the local university, and we were over at their house. And me and her knocked it together, I think, in an hour. She helped me come up with the formula, and then I translated that to code. And then we tested for a bit, and it worked. There's this whole debug screen I built for this game that I can pull the information out of. It was fun. It was a fun project. Also, the slowdown you're seeing whenever I open the spells and start pulling that out, that's intentional. That is supposed to happen. I have no formal education. I've never gone to college. I'm self-taught. There's a ass load of books back here. Like this one. Which is woefully out of date now. But I am all self-taught. I've just done this for a long time. Yeah, I've learned 101 ways how not to do this. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's honestly, most of the stuff in that book still works out even in 2025, but that is mostly because of a stagnation in development than anything else. The augmented reality stuff really hasn't been advanced, at least not that kind of augmented reality stuff, because that is for like Microsoft HoloLens. That is not for like MetaQuest VR stuff, because the augmented reality stuff there with Meta is just VR. It is just VR programming, and then you can detect surfaces in the same way. Nothing's really changed there as far as a difference. But with the HoloLens stuff, the like base API was very different, and it didn't use OpenXR. It might be supported in OpenXR now, but it's been a minute since I've looked. I wanted to get really into like HoloLens development. It seemed super cool, and I just never did. Also, I'm gonna change up our music. Hey, asshole, off the computer. Cats, man. Sure, slightly different coding playlist. That's copyright free. Hope his paw's okay. He yanked away whenever I was pulling his paw out of the grate, and I felt him pop it. No, he's fine. He's okay. Never mind. Like, I'm glad he's okay, but... That's all the projectiles fixed. We should look at the lightning. I'm not sure that the lightning uses it. Yeah, this guy. Does it have the glowing? No, it just uses it just tries to do an unshaded thing here. That does mean that we should be using the other one and set this to 5, though. So let's do new shader material, load, quick load, glowing particle shader. And then set this to like 1. Set this to 1. To 1, and then we'll do like this. I think this is a one shot, so I should actually... Did I turn that? Oh, I didn't turn off the one shot. Let's go with the squares, maybe. Kind of like the way that looks. Yeah, we'll go there. All right. That should be fine. And then need to update the ordering. Later after stream, I'm gonna Google why my shader is making things disappear. For now, we'll just leave it where it's at. Call it good. That's fine. Heal the Dead's done. Firebolt's done. Angel Bolt is done. Lightning's done. None of the other angels use particle effects for their coloring. It would be cool in the attack animation for the... I think it's the thrones? No, it's not the thrones. Is it the powers? Might be the powers. It's not the seraphim. Powers? No. Dominions. This guy. So in this guy, we have this attack animation that's kind of sweet. That does this. Swipes the sword across. It'd be cool if, like, the light extended up. or another one turned on. I think we're gonna do that. Let's add a custom point light. One of our custom lights. We're gonna advance our frames here. Need to zoom out. Okay. Put that right there. We're gonna... This is the point at which it should turn on. So we'll create a rest track there like that, and then we'll turn it on. And then we need to keep that selected. I want to set this to 0 initially. And then by like right there, I want it to further than that. Let's go. Do that. We'll track this one more time here at 20. And then by this point, I want it to be 0. And then I want it to be off as well. I gotta actually select the right thing. And then I don't actually have to despawn these because they despawn themselves automatically as of the update I did yesterday, so that should be fine. Cool. So that should look good. Be kind of neat. A little extra. And we're good. Alright. Let's see, what else? Still don't know why that's happening. Don't think I'm going to figure it out on stream. Open up the notes for today. Did do that. Haven't done that. We will do that real quick. And we did do this. We'll go ahead and mark it off. And then go ahead and do it. Because this is an easy one to complete. Just go to the Ichor pickup. We grab our custom point light. And then our flash animation. We should just log our point light size. And then at the end of this, which I think it's 1 second long. Oh, no, several seconds. It's 5. Then by his point, we should be at 0. This is a very slow sort of thing, but this should help us with the, yeah, and you can see it shrinking in there just a little. You might not be able to on stream, actually, but I can see it right now. So, cool. That shrinks in and then it disappears. That'll be nice. Be nice as kind of like a visual indicator that, hey, this thing's going away. This thing's starting to disappear. Boop. I would like to know why I couldn't do particle shaders. Because in theory, what I should have been able to do is change this to a particle shader type. And then in a process function, set the color. Which would have been way cooler. Because if I could have done that, I could have done a way better styled light. Like, I could have done something where it grabbed the texture and then, like, the edges of it were a different color as it went up. But then the interior was that brighter color that we had, which would have been interesting. I might have to just do another shader for the summoning circle, which just modifies its color. Which, can I do that just inside of... We'll check here. Material, visibility. It's visibility. Yeah, we can change that in here. So we could do something where we just made it green at the end. Okay, then let's just do that. Let's go into... Where is it? Dynamic button, summoning circle. Go ahead and save that. Fireball, card swap, card, angel bolt, thrones, firebolt, dynamic button. The dynamic button, by the way, is just a button that passes itself back in on the pressed event, which I needed to make this. Okay. Let's remove this completely. And then we'll set this back to -1, just like it was previously. We'll go into our animation player. We'll get rid of these. Get off the tower. Down. It's weird that they listen, but they do. We're going to grab in here. We're going to grab visibility. We're going to start with modulate at white. Going to go all the way to the end here. And then we're going to grab modulate and we're going to make it a green color. In fact, it's going to be the same green that these are. So we're going to grab that. Go back up here, click modulate, paste that in, and hit that. So now, as it fades in, we should get the same green color. Which is fine. That's fine. Saves me from having to write a whole other shader, which I didn't want to do anyways. Hey, off the tower. You start getting more strict with them on that, or they're going to just keep doing it. Okay, so that's fixed. Particles are more glowy, which was the stated goal for today. Is there anything else I want to do? That's all done. Not going to do that today. Not going to finish it today. This is partially done. Not decided what I want to do for the attack feedback yet. Haven't decided if I want to make this a roguelike or add a skill tree. It very easily could be turned into that, because we plan to make a Necromancer that, like, is actually on screen and doing things. And it could be cool to do, like, a thing where at the end, like, a map unrolled and you selected, do you want to go to a village? Do you want to go to another cemetery? Do you want to so on and so forth. Which could be interesting. A skill tree would be really easy to implement for this game too, because like we have cooldown times and stuff, so we could add skills related to that. That increase how, like, the radius of spells and all that stuff. This is going to be a whole fucking thing that's going to involve other people. This is going to involve a ton of other people, because I'm going to have other people play it to help me balance it. Because I've played a lot, and the game's kind of easy for me. But the game's also unbalanced, so it's hard to tell. We actually did that forever ago. Haven't decided on what this effect would be. Still not sure on trap stuff. I have some ideas, like opening a pit to hell would be cool. Like doing like a pit to hell kind of thing that just opens up, grabs angels down, and then closes. Like that could be neat. And then you have like this small area on the field that if angels wander through, they get attacked. They end up there. There would also be like defensive traps. Some are offensive, some are going to be defensive. Like a bone barricade is an idea I have. But yeah, I have some ideas there, just not a ton. Yeah, I think we're going to end it there today. Have a good day.